Good evening, and welcome to the Bowling Baddies Club. And this is their Crown Mixed Double Sweeper here on Friday night here in Plano, Texas. It's Super Bowl Plano, or otherwise known as Plano Super Bowl. It's the first event we've done that is of the Baddies Bowling Club. It is a club that was developed for women bowlers. We'll get into a little bit more of that during the stream. But it's an awesome, awesome event. They host tons of them around the country. A lot in the Midwest, Texas, and venturing into California soon. Right now they're in practice. Again, this is their mixed sweeper. Got about 4.5 minutes left in practice, and we'll be getting started. Looks like they're going to have 4 teams on a pair. And roughly about 10 to 15 pair. So a pretty good sized field. And we got about 3.5 minutes left of practice. And we're getting started. It is mixed doubles. Each participant will bowl their own game, combine the scores. And we're going to cut to the top 5, I do believe. As for this tournament, it's going to be 4 games. We're going to cut to the top 5 after those 4 games. But they are paying out 1 in 5, so we'll get that information for you as well. Scores will be available at Tournament Bowl, or if you go to our website, prism.live, and hit the live stream tab at the top. There's a button below that'll get you to the rosters as well as the scoring for this tournament. About 2.5 minutes left. There'll be some familiar names in the field. A lot of these women will be bowling again tomorrow. Tomorrow's the singles portion of the Baddies Crown. And that is a women's only tournament. So a lot of these ladies come bowl a mixed sweeper to get themselves loose, ready for tomorrow. Again, it is 4 games, and we'll cut to the top 5. Here is a list of some of their upcoming events. In May, they got a triple threat weekend. It's going to be 3 tournaments there. The 23rd of May, they get the perfect match. It's a Baddies mixed doubles tournament. June 26th and 27th, they have a tournament. You can also go to their website, bowlingbaddies.com, and see all their upcoming events that they're going to have. They're adding new ones all the time. They also have a bunch of merchandise. You're going to see a lot of women with the Bowling Baddies shirts, hoodies, stuff of that nature. They're really cool. We met Katie when we were in Texas last time for the WT doubles. We met her there. We had a nice conversation. You can go back and listen to that. It's fun. And that got us to this. So about half a minute left and we'll be getting started. And last few practice balls. They're bowling on a house shot. It's nothing special, just the Plano Superbowl house shot. So scores should be fairly high, especially for 4 games. Again, it is mixed doubles. You're going to take the 2 people on the team, combine their scores, and come up with our top 5. All right, looks like we're about ready to get started. On our feature pair, which is going to be 15-16 and 17-18, looks like we got Lisa Goodson and Lanny Royal. They're going to start us off. And 17-18, Carissa Montgomery and Garrett Chauvin. I'll start off with a 4-pin for Lisa. Lanny gets a strike there. Here's Carissa up on 17. She does get a strike there. And Garrett, first look at our left-hander. He gets a strike there. All right, spare's taken care of for Lanny. Good shot there on 17, leaves just a 10-pin. Here's Nick on 18. And Kirsten on 15. She gets a strike. Nice. Strike there on 18. Spare's taken care of on 17. And Jeffrey Norton up on 16. Nice shot, leaves just a 9-pin. And we have Michelle Stevens, on 17. She gets a strike. Jim Stevens, another left-hander. He strikes as well. So you'll probably see a lot of strikes today. Spare there. On 16. Shot there on 17. All right, gets a 10 out on 16, leaves just a 2-pin. Messenger comes across on 18, but can't finish the job. So Brian Linderman will have just a 10-pin left. Ryan does take care of his spare. And Brittany is looking to take care of her spare on 15. Does do that. All right, Garrett Chauvin looking for a double. Comes in high, leaves a split. He's 6, 7, 10 there. Nice shot for Devin Roy on 16. A little light on 18 for Carissa. We use a bucket plus 1. 2, 4, 5, 7, 8. In the lower corner, we got some bonus action for you on 9, 10, 11, and 12. This facility has 48 lanes, 1 through 8. You can host private parties and events. And 9 through 48 is open. Lots of leagues and open play. Shout out to Tyson Brannigan and all he's done to make this possible and make everything go smoothly. A little light there on 18, but leaves an 8 pin. Got a split on 15. Good shot there on 17. Sheldon gets 1. This is handicap. Doesn't have much handicap. It is 70% of 420 for the team. The max any team can get is 56 pins. And same with the tournament tomorrow. They do have a little handicap that goes with that as well. That is 70% of 210 for tomorrow. And that'll be right back here at Plano Superbowl. Tomorrow they start at noon. And tomorrow's event will be 7 games of qualifying, and then we'll cut to the top 5 for Stepladder. They do pay out 1 and 6 tomorrow. Again, that's an all-ladies tournament. Good shot there for Lanny. Gets them all to go. So he started off with a spare. Now he has a double. Baby split conversion there on 17. Garrett gets a strike there. So he started off with a strike and then a split on 17, then struck again on 18. So he's got 18 figured out. It's just having a little problems with 17. There's Nico on 18. He's looking to start off with a turkey. Does do that. And then Jem Stevens is looking to follow him with a turkey as well. Spare there for Jeffrey. Here's Jim. Comes in high and leaves a split. 4-6-10. Jennifer takes care of her spare there on 17. Oh, gave it a run. Came close to picking that up there on 18. Shot there on 16 leaves just a 10 pin. So we got going on here on 9 and 10, 11 and 12. All right, she started off with the front 4. We got Taylor Lee. It's also looking to start with the front 4. And Mark Duncan on, looks like 11. He's started off with a turkey. So he's looking for a 4-bagger as well. Taylor does get that 4-bagger. Here's Mark. Comes a little high there, leaves a 4-pin. Mark takes care of his spare. Does get that. A little high there. There's 4. That's a 2-pin. A couple other strings going on down here at 9 and 10, so we'll keep an eye down here, as well as 11 and 12. There's a little light there on 12, 2, 4, 5. All right, so Maggie's streak comes to an end. She looks like a 4-pin. Make it a 7-pin. I'm a mile away from that pair. There's Justin looking for a 4-bagger on 11. He's a lefty. He's a 10-pin. Spare there. So Taylor still remains with the 4-bagger on 9 and 10. Let's see what she does here. She's on 9. Here's Taylor. That's another one. That gives her 5. And we have Veronica on 11 and 12. She'll start off with the front 4. She'll be coming up here in just a moment. I gotta go get a... So we're taking care of the pin in the gutter. That is done. We have an extremely friendly staff here. They've been on top of everything that we needed. They've got it done. Super efficient. All right, here's Mark on 12. Let's get a strike there. And Veronica on 11. Looking to start the front 5. Oh, can we get it out? All right, gets the 9 out, leaves just a 4-pin for Veronica. If Veronica take care of her spare. Maggie comes back with a strike. So we'll start off with the 4-bagger, spare, and a strike. Taylor still has that 5-bagger, looking for 6 here. This will be up on lane 10. Nice strike there for her partner. I do believe that's Wayne. Lane 12 is Paul Fleming. For those that know. Great bowler. There goes little Brooklyn, leaves a 6-10. Seven pin there on 17. There's Brittany on 15. Brittany started off with a spare, strike, spare. Then she opened. In the fourth, fifth frame, leaves a split 4-7-10. Spare there for Chauvin. Garrett. Devin Roy up on 16. Devin started up with a strike, a pair of spares and a strike. Like that, a pair of strikes. Strike there on 17 for Nick. All right, Jeffrey up on 15. Does strike there. Looking across this house, see if we got any strings going. Besides Taylor, who had that front 5. Not seeing too many more big strings. Okay, this is a 4-gamer, mixed doubles. After the 4 games, we'll cut to our top 5. I believe they're going to do stair step there. I could be wrong, but yep. So they're going to cut to the top 4, or sorry, the 4 games cut to the top 5. And it looks like we'll go to Baker Stepladder finals. So it'll be interesting to go from bowling your own game to Baker and how you plot that out and see who's going to be the anchor. Good shot there on 17. Here's Lisa up on 15. Start off with a spare, strike, spare. Turkey looking for a four-bagger. Does get that. Gonna do their 50-50 raffle. Eight pin there on 18. It's Garrett. Start off with a strike, an open, turkey, 9 spare, then 9 count. Get home. Does do that on 15. So Diana with the strike there. Does get the spare there on 16. Four pin on 17. Strike there on 18 for Jim. Start up with the double and open, double, spare, strike. There's Brian on 18. Gets the 10 to go. A little late, but it does go. Here's Devin Roy on 16. Nice shot there. We do got a string going. Side, it'll be off camera, but on 19 and 20, Tyson does have the front 8. So we'll keep an eye on that for you. Seven pin for Garrett.
Get the spare. And Lisa on 16 is left a 4-pin. We're in the 8th frame, game 1. I do believe they're going to skip 2, skip 3, and then skip 1. There's a split there on 17. 4, 6, 7. Actually, it's a 4, 9, 7. Or 4, 7, 9. Yeah, as soon as we mentioned Mr. Tyson, he leaves a 7 count, 3, 6, 10. So his string ended at 8. Comes a little higher there on 16, leaves a baby split. Trip 6 on 16 or 17. Spare. Nope. She opens there. So that's an open for Diana there in the 8th. Here's Brian up on 17. A pretty solid game going. Spare. 4-bagger spare double. Roy gets himself a double there on 15. Shot there on 17. Get it. Oh, just a 10-pin there. So 9 and a wiggle. Nino's got a nice game going on 15-16. Started with a strike spare. Then a 6-bagger. Make it 7. So she can get to 280. Baby split there on 16. finishing up the 9th frame. Going to be heading into the 10th here momentarily. There's the bucket converted on 15. 4-pin on 17 for Jennifer. Brian gets another one there. So again, he started out with a spare, 4-bagger spare turkey. Spare's taken care of there. All right, 10th frame on 17-18. Carissa starts with a strike. And Danielle Delaney has a potential to shoot 300 there on 21-22. All right, Garrett finishes 221. And Nick. So I can get to 221 as well. His partner can get to 216 for McKendrick. Lisa on 15 and 16 finished 217. Her partner 227. So Nick does get a 9 count. Strike there for Jeffrey. Unfortunately opens there, so finishes at, for Nick, finishes at 200. His partner, she gets a strike here, be 216. Gets an 8 count, so 214. Christina and Jeffrey, they're both double in the 10th. Christina's still on pace to shoot 280. It's her last ball. She does do that. .229 for Jeffrey. She did finish 280. Nice game for Christina. So they're going to start off pretty well. Diana. Strike there. Sheldon looks like he can finish with 182. Jim Stevens takes care of his spare, finishes at 233. His partner finished 175. Sheldon with a split there, 467. Diana gets the 10 out, gives her a double in the 10. Shot there for Brian. Gives in the first one in the 10th. Shot there for Brian. Gets him a double in the 10th. One more. They're finishing up game one. We have Devin Roy still left. He can max out 237. 9 counts are 236. It's game one down. Another 4 games of qualifying. Game two coming your way here momentarily. Game two will be getting started here momentarily. Again, here's a quick synopsis of some upcoming events for the Bowling Baddies Club.
Again, you can go to their website, bowlingbaddies.com, and look at their tournament schedule there as well. While we're waiting on game 2 to get started. Of course, they just finished as well, so they're done. So game 2 will be coming your way here momentarily. And I'll be back in just a moment. All right, game 2 underway. There we have Nick on 15. Him and Maggie are partners. Nick starts off. Gets 9 out late, but he does get it out. That would be a strike. Good strike there on 17. So Maggie takes over spare Taylor, who we watched earlier start with the front 5. I'm about to see her on the featured pair on 15 and 16. Her partner Warren starts off with a strike. He had 247 game 1. Taylor finished 224. Justin, who you just seen on 17, strikes there. He's finished 258. Taylor does start off with a strike there. Then on 17, one Paul Fleming. Comes in high there. Gets everything to go. So that counts as a strike. That's how you do it. Lee Nelson on 16. Starts off with a double. His partner doubled as well.
shot there on 15. So Maggie bounces back after the spare in first, strikes in the second. Here's Nick. Looking for a little bit of help. He just leaves a 6-10. Here's Taylor looking for that double on 15. Comes in a little light there, leaves a 2-pin. Nick gets the 10 only, so gives him an open.
Friday foursome, your polygon hunt for game 2 is a 0. Polygon hunt for game 2 is a 0.
Still getting the scores updated for game 1. Getting those put in. Good shot there on 15. So Lee starts off with the first 3. Let's see if his partner can match. She does. So front 3 for each one of them. Here's Maggie on 16. There we go. Gives herself a double. Here's Taylor on 16. Gets them all to go. We got a strike fest going on 17 and 18. Everybody on 17 start off with a double. And all except for one on 18 to start off with a double. So 7 of the 8 bowlers on 17-18 start off the game with a double. Lee gives himself a 4-bagger there on 16. Veronica can't roll the 2. So she's got a 2-8. Here's Mark Dean on 17. There you go. Sends the messenger across. Took a little while, but it got there. Gets the 10 out. Maggie with another one there on 15. Nick comes in a little light there, leaves a 2-pin on 16. Cully on 17. He's looking for 3 in a row. He's got that. Here's Warren on 16. He's looking for the front 4. Does get it. Lee Nelson. 5th frame looking for front 5 along with his partner. Both have front 4. Paul Fleming gets his 3rd in a row. So people are starting to get dialed in a little bit. There's another one for Lee. So he's going to pick the pace up from game 1. He shot 170 game 1. There's Elaine. She shot 224 game 1. Gets a mixer there to go, so she's got the front 5. Baby split there for Nick on 15. Maggie looking for 4 in a row. Start off with a spare. And everybody still on, who's all on lane 17 now. Start off with the front 3. So it's very impressive for a whole side. Shell comes a little high there on 18, leaves a 4-7. Taylor's 2 8s. I'm sorry, that's Maggie. Taylor will follow her. So Maggie looking to take care of the 2 8. Does do that. Lane 15, Warren. He's got 5 in a row. Sandy with a nice shot there on 17. Start off with a double spare strike. Taylor, strike, spare, double. It's a nice shot there, so she's got 3 in a row. And keep eye on 18. Like I said, everybody on lane 18 will start off with the front 3. Here's Elaine. Oh, lays a 10 pin. She goes front 5, 10 pin. Her partner's got the front 5 and see if he can keep going. Here's Lee on 16. He comes in light. So he 8 counts. Lee opens. So both him and his partner opens. Are they both open? So 146 for Elaine through 6, and he's got 147 for Lee through 6 as well. Maggie gets him to go. So she gets a strike there. Nick, let's see what he does after that open. Comes in high. Another baby split for him. 310. Taylor tries to mix them up. Leaves just a 7 pin. All right, Nick takes care of the baby split. Taylor takes care of her spare. Good shot there on 16. Warren continues to strike. So front 6 for him. Lee Big split there, 2-8 to 10. Shopper Lane bounced back with a strike after that open in the 6th. There's Cully. Starts off with the front 5 there on 17. See if Justin can match him. So we're starting to see some strings for sure. All right, Warren. Make it 7. Here's Nick taking care of a spare on 16. Does do that. Maggie's going to be up on 15, looking for a turkey. All right, here's Warren up on 16. Looking for the front 8. Got it. So front 8 for Warren. Seeing if I can pull up some scores. You should be able to go to tournamentbowl.com and search for the scores there. Maggie comes in high there, 3-6. So ninth frame, she's got an 8 count. Lee gets a strike there in the ninth. Well, that's a great way for Lee to bounce back after that 170 game to start. Maggie takes care of her spare. Nick, her partner, struggled a little bit this game. Started with a strike, an open strike, spare, pair of splits. Converted one of them, a strike and a spare, and just struck again. Here's Taylor. She just came off a split. She's going to be up on 16. All right, Taylor looking to take care of her 10 pin. Oh, Taylor misses the spare, so back-to-back opens for her. So that 176 through 9. 10th frame for 15 and 16. Starts off with a big washout for Elaine. 5 counts. Again, she shot 224 game 1. Good shot there on 17. Cullen or Cully. Elaine gets 3. So puts her at 213. Total of 440 for her after 2. Her partner Lee. Leaves a 7-pin. Big split there on 17. 2, 4, 6, 10. Maggie with a strike there. All right, Lee does take care of the spare there. So 204. He's got a spare in the 10th. So he's at 214. The strike will put him at 224. All right, another one there for Maggie. So one more in the 10th to put her at 246. Lee finishes with a strike there, 214. Oh, sorry, 224. Puts him at 394. So good comeback for them. Maggie 238 game 1. Can finish at 246 game 2. Does do that. 246 there. 484 for her after 2. Partner Nick 226 game 1. Best he's going to be able to shoot this game is 195. Let's get the first one in the 10th. Nick's second ball in the 10th. Can't trip the 9. So nice. Maxes out at 184. Taylor 9 counts for her first ball in the 10th. Best she can do now is 196. Nick does take care of his spare. All right, Mr. Warren. He's got the front 9. Gets the first one in the 10th. All right, 2 more. We'll have our first 300, I do believe, of the tournament. Oh, it's a 4-9, comes in high. So good run. Front end and a 4-9. Puts him in the 280s. Taylor ended up 185, 409 for 2 for her. He shot 247 game 1. It's going to be a 280. Good spare. So 288. Puts him at 535. So great game there for Warren. 9th frame here on 17-18. Got a big old 710 there on 18. And another split there on 17. So 4-9 and a 710. All right. Finishing up game 2. I'll be back in just a moment.
We're finishing up game 2. Looks like we have Mark finishing on 18. Start off with first 3, then a pair of spares, a double, spare strike, first strike in a 10th and a 7 count. His partner finished 194. His partner has got 473 after 2. Mark did shoot 216 game 1. Spare here put him at 233. Does take care of the spare. So he's at 449 after 2. Sandy gets a strike there. Her first ball, or actually her fill ball, so she finishes at 180. She's at 362 after 2. We have Jeannie Franklin, 206 for game 1. Gets a split there in the 10th. Partner Justin, or actually Cully's up first. So Cully shot 219 game 1. Did start off with the front 5, then spare, strike, split, and a strike in the 9th. He gets the first one in the 10th. Two there for Jeannie. So she turns 367 after 2. And looks like a 10 pin there. Gully. So spare there, put him at 236. Then we have Michelle. She'll finish up on 17. There's her first ball there. Comes in and gets a strike. So she had 198 game 1. She's already at 200 for game 2. Cully does get to 236, 455 total after 2 for him. And a 7 count for Michelle. Here's Justin. 18 gets the first one in the 10th. Did shoot 258 game 1. Justin, second ball in the 10th. Sends a messenger across. It's that one. One more, put him at 240. Go along with this 258, put him at 498 after 2. Does finish that off.
So 240. And he's at 498 after 2. Michelle finished at 209, puts her at 407 after 2. Here's Mr. Fleming. Did have 178, looks like, after game 1. Gets a strike there. Get to 235. Fleming with the second one in the 10th. Looking for one more to get him to 235. And a 9 count. It's a 10 pin, 234. So Paul Fleming finishes 234, puts him at 412 after 2. All right, game 3 is coming your way. I'll be back in just a moment. You got game 3 underway. Getting this as a 4-game sweeper. We'll cut to the top 4 after this. With a total up. Looks like on 16 we got Allison Johnson. Sorry, over 3 spares. It does get a strike there. That's some of their sponsors here at the Bowling Baddies Club. It is KATN, Decks and Exteriors, DH Lab Bowling, KC Home Services, and Perfection Bowling Supply, along with the big one, Roto Grip Bowling. They help make all this happen. Again, you can go to bowlingbaddiesclub.com. They'll give you a list of previous events and upcoming tournaments, as well as the products that they sell. They got some cool shirts, hoodies, chamois, even a backpack or two. See a ton of their hoodies floating around. When we were at East Lanes in Amarillo, there was a ton of them there. So it is a movement that's happening for sure. They also have their tournament results from different tournaments. Their first singles Baddie Open was won by one Stephanie Johnson. All right. Bryant's up on 16. He started off with front 4. Looks like he's a left-hander. Or at least he bowls left-handed. That's another one there, so 5 in a row for him. Carlton Williams, he's also got the front 4. He'll be coming up here in just a moment. We do got a 2-8 there on 17. Jonathan takes care of that 2-8 on 17. And here's Carlton, lane 16, looking for 5-bagger. Does get that. Casey with a nice shot there. She started off with a double, spare, and a double. Comes a little high there on 16. Leaves just a 6-pin. Here's Monroe on 15. Another left-hander. Can't get it to go. It's just a 7-pin. Looking to take care of the spare. Let's do that. Spare there for Monroe. Allison up on 16, looking for a turkey. And Brian looking for that 6-bagger.
So far, we're at 405 in there. So whoever wins it's going to be getting 200 and 250 as of right now. We're going to come through for the last call.
Nice shot there. So Brian, 6 in a row to start. He's at 468 after 2. Carlton Williams looking to match him. See if he can get to front 6. Comes a little high there, 3-6-10. Scores we're efforting. They should be posted. I'm just trying to ascertain where they're going to be posted at. As soon as I get that information, I'll pass it along to you. Carlton takes care of his spare. So front 5 and a spare for him. We're heading into the 7th frame here in 15 and 16. Let's see if I can find the scores for you. I shall return in just a moment. Okay, the scores will be online soon. They're going to be at the tournament bowling. They're just getting them, just got a little delayed in getting all that going. So those should be populating hopefully pretty soon. So you can go to tournamentbowl.bowling.com and go to our website and hit that live stream link at the top. There's going to be a method to get there as well, tournamentbowl.com, and then look for the Baddies Crown Mixed Double Sweeper. And the standings right now are not populated, but we're efforting to fix that. So we do apologize for that, but they'll be there soon.
It's at 8:25, so a lot of money if you want, but you can't unless you get in. Also, don't forget to try their ongoing kitchen specials. We have our salmon plate, our grilled steak plate. We also have cabbage roll soup of the day, and our classic gumbo. Other than that,
We got some gumbo down here.
you guys see your lane lights come on, you may begin your practice. Build up, and lots of strikes.
That'd be a first for me, that at a bowling center that serves gumbo. Looks like Brian's still striking on 15 and 16. We got one game to go after this one. Then we'll cut to our top four. A little short there on 15. 2, 4, 5, 7. Comes a little high there on 18, 3, 6, 10 for Larissa. And Monroe's up on 15, looking to get himself a double. So with a pair of spares, a strike, that's split, strike, spare, and a strike in the 7th. 8th frame looking to make that a double. Does do that. Brian again has the front 7. Did have a front 10 just come off that pair. All right, it's got the front 8. Big split there on 18. 410. Allison leaves a 7-pin. Here's Carlton. He gets a strike. Bounces back after that split he had in the 7th. And a big shout out to the Plano Superbowl. This place is packed. Nice facility, 48 lanes. Awesome looking facility for sure. Tyson Brannigan. Thanks to him. Making this possible and making everything work. All right, heading into the 9th on 15 and 16. 17, 18 are in the 8th frame, slightly behind. Nice strike there on 15. Monroe looking for a turkey. On lane 16, that'd be 3 in a row heading into the 10th. Leaves a 7-pin. Allison takes over a spare. All right, 9th frame. Brian. Looking for 9 in a row. He's got it. So last game we had a front 10. This one we have the front 9. We'll see if we can go a little further. Strike there for Casey. And high there for Carlton. There's a big split. That'd be the 4, 7, 10. So it's got back-to-back splits on that lane. Gets 2 there. So 191 heading into the 10th for Carlton. And speaking of the 10th, we're going to start the 10th here on 15 and 16. Monroe can max out at 194. Let's get the first one in the 10th. Partner can get to 190. That's going to have to hurry. Does. Gets 10 out. Nice shot. Both looking for a double in the 10th. There we go. So 194 and 190 are still in play. Does get all three. 194 for Monroe. So after 3, 609, so plus 9 there. All right, let's get to 190. So 588 minus 12. All right, looking for a front 10. Comes in high. Hold that one a little bit. Gets in the 4-6. So big split in the 10th. We did have 468 after 2, so plus 68. It's going to add to that total. Allison does get the first one in the 10th. Takes down 1. 266. 734 for 3, so 134 over. Here's Carlton. You get the 221. Let's get the first one in the 10th. Allison gets the second one in the 10th. So she can get to 214. Carlton gets a 9 count there.
Good spare there. So Carlton finishes 211, 648 for 3 for him. Allison finished at 213. After 3, she's at 650. Casey, Colton's partner, had 425 after 2. She's got a double going into the 10th. Gets the first one to go there. All right, second one in the 10th for Casey. All right, see if she can finish this off. Does do that. So 668 for Casey. All right, we're in 8th frame here on 17 and 18. There's Mr. Martin. Let's get that to go. So he started with a spare, double, spare, strikes, spare, double. And a big split for Larissa there on 18. And she won't get any there, so that's going to be an open. Ninth frame for Jonathan here. Jonathan here on 18. Gets them all to go. So 10th frame, he finishes out. He can get to 197. Kevin McCall on 18 looking for a 4-bagger. It's going to come in a little light there. It's like a 4-8. His partner is looking for a turkey heading into the 10th. Leaves a 10 pin. Does get the spare. So
Kevin's 161 in the 8th with a spare in the 9th. Mr. Martin gives him 3 going into the 10th. Larissa looking to bounce back after that open in the 8th. Does do that, gets a strike there in the 9th. So heading into the 10th. Strike there on 18. Jonathan, and again, he can finish at 197. He was at 432 after 2. Leaves a 10 pin there. And 9 pin there on 18. Little spare there. I'll put her at 167. Okay, does take care of the spare for Jonathan. So now best he can do is 177. She does finish at 167. She's at 572 after 3. And Jonathan does get a strike there, so 177 for him. Ends up at 609 after 3. Again, there is a slight bit of handicap at 70% of 420. Yeah, 70% of 420 for the team. And a max of 56 for the team. A good spare there for Pierre. Kevin doubles. Good shot there on 18. So she finishes 212, 627 after 3. And 3 in a row for Kevin, finishes 211, so he ends up at 588 after 3. All right, here's Jeff Martin. Got 3 in a row coming into the 10th. And he gets a ring 10 there. Larissa did strike in the 9th. Just looking for a double. She does get that double. Okay, does convert the spare. So strike here, put him at 227. Miss Martin does finish at 227, 652 after 3 for him. Larissa with a spare here, put her at 170. Should be at 605. Let's take care of the spare, so 608. She finished at 169, she got 1, so 608 there. All right, game 4, final game of qualifying coming your way here in just a moment. I shall return. We're coming to our pair for our final game of qualifying. We have the Barnes, Troy and Linda. Troy looks like he came in with 718. Does get a strike first ball. And here's Linda. She is at 694. She gets a strike there. There's Tyson. Splits the old 8-9 for a strike there. Here's Tony Boyd. Just came in at 716. Tyson came in 644. I do believe she's getting 22 pins of handicap, so if you look at her score, there's going to be a 22 there. I do believe that's what that means. Here she is getting ready to shoot her 4-pin. Just missed that to the right. There's Joey Flood. Leaves an 8-pin. Threw it too good. All right, just took a look, and we do have some standings after game 2. Your leaders were Marshall Morrison and Shelby Neves. 525, 7, and 473 will get you to 998. Jeff Norton and Kristen Hilker are at 996. Warren Reed Jr. and Taylor Lee, they were on our pairs earlier. They're at 980. Jake DeVoe and Sarah Clausen were 971. And the Barneses, who you're seeing now after 2, are at 966. So that's your top 5. Thirteen back are the Rutledges, Andy and Amy. Delaney's are in 7th behind them. Chris and Danielle are 14 back of the cut line. Tyson Brannigan and Tony Boyd were 23 back at 943. So again, that was after game 2. They're getting game 3 scores in now. Everybody should be close to done with game 3. Got a couple pairs that are still behind. So 15-16 is moving very fast. Good shot there for Tyson. Gives him a double. Tony Boyd after that open and frame 1 gets a strike there. There's Joey Flood on 16. It's a strike there. So spare strike for him. Ashley start off with a strike her first frame. Comes in there, gets a strike. And then we have the Johnsons, Stephanie and Chris. Chris leaves a 2-pin. Does convert the spare. Here's Stephanie. Just leaves a 10-pin. Then we have Linda Barnes. Good shot there. Stephanie takes care of her spare. I think Troy gets the front 3. Everybody in that family is throwing a bowling ball and throwing it well. Here's Tyson. Speaking of the front 3, he's looking to get the front 3. Does do that. Comes Boyd. Comes in high. 4, 7, 10 there. She'll get 2. Alright, Flood starts off with that spare and then he follows it out with a double. Chris Johnson, strike, spare. 3rd frame. Here's Ashley. Comes in high there, leaves a 6-10. Tries to roll a little late, but doesn't get there, so 6-10 for her. Linda with the strike there. I do believe she'll be bowling tomorrow. Here's Stephanie Johnson. Comes in high there for 7. I believe she'll be bowling tomorrow as well. Again, that starts tomorrow at noon Central Time. And I believe they're going to bowl 7 games of qualifying, and then we're going to cut to the top 5 after that. Stephanie takes her spare. Barnes looking to stay perfect. Does do that. Tony leaves a 9-pin. Tyson. He's got the front 4. I'll be back in just a moment. All right, fourth game of qualifying. There is 4 games of qualifying. After this, they will cut to the top 5. Troy with another strike there, so did get a 9 spare in the 5th. Chris Johnson now has a turkey. Tyson comes in the light there. Leaves just a 2-pin. Linda gets another strike. Spare there for Tyson. There's Boyd. Ball at 15. 6-10 for her. Flood gives himself a 5-bagger. Start off with a 9 spare, then 5 in a row. Potentially could have a 290 and a 280 on the pair. And 279. Pair of 280s, actually. Chris gets all those to go, so he still has a potential 280. All right, Linda is going to be up in the 7th, but first Stephanie's going to go. She's going to finish her 6th frame. She started with a strike, pair of spares, and a double. It's a strike there. Linda with a big split there. 6, 7, 10. Troy continues on his path to 279. Linda takes care of her spare. Tyson leaves a 10 pin. Yes, it is a regular house shot. Good shot there.
All right,
16.
everyone, let's get those 50-50 tickets out.
They're
We're
getting ready to give us some money away.
Have Greg Kemp draw us a ticket. He is getting way down in the bucket. All right.
Your winner.
The winning ticket number is 8106712. Again, that's 8106712. Oh yeah, and the 50-50 is $355 to the winner. Do we have the winning ticket? Again at 8106712.
Trying our hardest to give away some money. Nobody wants it. I think we have a winner.
All right, we got us a winner. Larissa is the winner of $355. It's a pretty good $20 investment.
All right, Chris Johnson. It's going to be up on 15, 7th frame. Ashley's going to go first here on 16. She's going to split last frame. And leaves a 4-pin there. Here's Chris. It's another one there. So still on potential for 280. His partner Stephanie there. She started off with a strike, a pair of spares, and then 3 in a row. She gets a strike there. There's Troy. Leaves a 6-pin. Here's Tony. 3-6. Barnes. Spare converted. Still get the 258. Good spare there for Tony. And Tyson finally breaks those and string of 9s and gets a strike there. Nine count there for Ashley. Joey leaves 3-6-10. They get the 9 out, so it makes it a little easier. Ashley converts her spare. Same with Joey. Here comes the Johnsons. Chris leaves a 7-pin. So no 280 for him. Stephanie gets a strike there. Gets her 5 in a row. All right, 9th frame. Troy.
All right, insert your prodigal number for game 1 is 8-2. Prodigal number for game
He's
1
a
is 8-2.
6-pin. There comes Linda. Looking for a double going into the 10th. Does get that. Tyson. 9th frame, looking for a double here. Start with the front 5 and then 3 9 counts. Then strikes and then 3 6 7 10. Big split there. Tony. Baby split. 310. Tyson takes care of the spare. See if Tony can do the same. The split's just a little easier. Unfortunately, she does not cover. She's at 129 going into the 10th. She does get 22 pins of handicap. Flood there with the strike. So he started with a spare. Then ran off 7 in a row. Actually 6 in a row, then a spare, then a strike. Shot there for Chris. So he's got a strike going into the 10th. Still got a 259. Stephanie comes in high there. There's a 4-7. Here's Linda. 4 pin there. Spanish strike, I do believe she'll be at 246. Stephanie does take care of her spare. Take care of the spare first. She does do that. There's Troy. 6-8. Linda does get the 236 and 930 for 4. So 130 over for her. One there for Ryan. So 224 for him. 942, 142 over. So Linda finishes 130 over. He finishes 142 over. Here's Tony. Get the 159 for a max score with breaks up the baby split, leaves just a 3 pin. She's still getting 22 pins per game. Here's Tyson. Tried to get it to go, but nothing. 9 counts there. Tyson does get a spare. So it's at 216 with a fill ball to go. And put him at 226. Ashley comes a little high there, 4-7. And Tyson's fill ball gets an 8 count. So 224 for Tyson, 868 after 4, so he's finished up plus 68. His partner finished at 876, so plus 76 and plus 68 for them. Ashley converts her spare. This is 193 with a ball to go. Joey leaves a 10 pin. So he opens in the 10th. So he gets to 235, 853 at for 4. Ashley finished 202 and 838 for 4. Here's the Johnsons. Chris gets that strike. Stephanie hits her first one in the 10th. Chris 2 in the 10th. One more puts him at 59. Stephanie leaves a 7 pin. With her spare, put her at 236. Here's Chris's last ball qualifying. Does get a strike, 259. Puts him at 881. Stephanie takes care of her spare, 236. Puts her at 922. So they're all done with qualifying. Seventeen, 18. Looks like they're in a 9th frame.
All right, Buncers, I have the results from your 50-50 tickets tonight. I drew the ticket, and your winner of $50 is Diana. Congratulations.
Lane 17. Nice strike there. And there's Tiffany on 18 looking to take care of her spare. 10 pin there. Does not. So she has an open. So sitting on 135 going into the 10th. She does get 9 pins of handicap. Just have some scores after 3. Can you go to tournamentball.com and look up the Baddie mixed doubles. Remember scores there. Looks like Sierra and Eric have moved into the lead after 3 games. They're at 1478. Jeffrey Norton and Christine are at 1467. Jake and DeVoe and Sarah Clausen are at 1458. The Barneses were at 1411. And Kevin Hardy and Katrina Smoot, 1409. Marshall Morrison and Shelby Neves are in 6th. They are 11 back.
Mixed Baddies tournament. We were paying 1 in 5, and we had 39 teams, but we decided to go ahead and round up one more spot, so we are paying top 8.
So they're paying the top 8. They had 39 teams. So it's going to be close here in the finish to see who makes it into that top 5. Then we're going to move into Baker doubles for our top 5. I believe it's stair step, so 5 of bowl 4, winner of that of bowl 3, winner of that of bowl 2, winner of that of bowl for the championship. Most pairs are done or very close to it. We got a couple ones that are a little bit behind. All right, so we're getting close to being completed. I said there's 2 pair remaining. One is 17-18. And the way it's going to work for their finals, they're going to start on lanes 15 and 16. They're going to bowl a match. Winner of that moves on is going to bowl on 17-18. Winner of that will move on to 19 and 20. And then our finals will be on 21-22. Finishing up at 10th frame. Tiffany. Strike here, put her at 155.
We just want to thank everybody for coming out.
Good. Shot there.
In our mixed doubles.
So 155 for her. So it's 740 after 4. Her partner Mel finished at 249. So 872 there. Michelle struck in the 9th. Well, Michelle does get the first one in the 10th. Adams got the big 4. And he gets 1. So 191 finishes 868. We do have Marshall. Sneaky there. He's got the front 9. He had 711 after 3, so it's plus 111. Can add another 100 to that. Gets the first one in the 10th. Chop that one a little bit. So Michelle finishes 212, 869 after 4. Shelby will be up in the 10th there on 17. It's coming in for a 6-bagger. Marshall looking for a front 11. Does get that. One to go, and then we'll have our first perfect game. Here it is for 300. No. 10 pin. So 299. So he finishes at 10-10. 210 over. Shelby gets a double in the 10th. One more puts her at 252. Shelby does finish that off. 252 and 939 for her. So it'll be just a few minutes. We're going to tabulate some scores, figure out who our top 5 are. We'll be back in just a moment.
Okay, we have our top 5. In 5th place, the Barneses, Troy and Linda. Finished at 1871. They'll be facing Warren Reed Jr. and Taylor Lee. Finished at 1873. The winner of that match will face Eric Akon and Sierra. At 1886, they were in 3rd place. The winner of that match will move on to face the 2nd place finishers, which were Jake DeVoe and Sarah Clausen at 1917. And your leaders were Marshall Morrison and Shelby Navis at 1950. Just outside the cut was Norton and Hooker. They were at 19 back.
Harris remains available. Harris.
Again, they will be paying the top 8. And we're going to move pairs every match. So this first match will start on 17-18. Winner of that will move on to 15 and 16. Then we'll jump back to 19 and 20, and our finals on 21-22, I do believe is the order we're going in.
AK. Lane's available. AK.
So we'll be momentarily begin our first match underway here in just a moment. So then get some couple minutes of practice. The Lees will get 9 pins of handicap. And the Barneses obviously will be scratch. So there's going to be a 9-pin difference. It is going to be Baker. We'll be getting started.
Genie Franklin's Gremlin Tour X is missing. If you have that ball and maybe you grabbed the wrong one, check your bags. Gremlin Tour X, so it's like, no, at the front. Never mind.
There was a ball missing. It has been found.
Okay, I think match one getting ready to be underway. Just a little discussion of how okay. I think we got everything settled and ready to go. Looks like Linda's going to start us off. And she starts with a strike. All right, here's Taylor. Here's a 5-pin. Okay, it does take care of her spare. It does get a strike there. Nope, actually leaves a 10-pin. So one with the 10-pin. Does convert the spare. So Linda start with the strike. Here's Troy. He's going to bowl the even frames, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Sends the messenger across. So the Barnes duo starts off with a double.
Okay. Make it 3 in a row for the Team Barnes. Here's Lee. They've started off with a pair of spares. All right, gets the 10 to fall there. Here's Warren. All right, gives this team a double. So a pair of spares, a pair of strikes for them. Team Barnes has 3 in a row. Looking to make it 4. Comes in high there. 2, 4, 7, 8. Gets 3. So that gives them an open. They're at 84 through 4. Here's Linda. Does get a strike there. Here's Taylor. Leaves a 10 pin. Taylor takes her for spare.
Stepladder, we are going to have a practice pair. If you want to stay loose on pair 11 and 12, will be the practice pair.
There's Warren. Okay, good strike there. Troy comes in high again.
be the 2, 4, 7, 10. Gets 1. So now they're at 108 through 6. Linda leaves a 9 pin. And getting the Team Lee gets 9 pins with handicap. Barnes takes care of the spare. Here's Taylor. 7th frame, looking for a double. Comes in light. 2, 4, 5. Taylor does convert the spare. So they're at 128 through 6, a spare in the 7th. Team Barnes is 108 in the 6th with a spare in the 7th as well. So they're down by 20 plus the 9 pins and handicaps to 29. And a strike there for Warren. There's the 8th and 9th frame for Team Barnes. Strike there. All right, Linda looking to give them a double. Put a little bit of pressure on Team Lee. All right, she does do that. They can still finish at 218. Taylor comes in high, like breaks up the 7-10, leaves the 7. Taylor does converter spare in the 9th, so 10th frame. Three strikes will put them at 218 scratch. Best Barnes and Barnes could do is 218 scratch as well. So the 9 pins of handicap would be your win for Team Lee. All right, Warren leaves 3-6. So spare here puts him at 208 plus 9. Puts him at 217. So the Barnes duo has a chance to pull us out. Leaves a 6-pin. So Team Lee will be moving on. Barnes will finish in 5th place. And we'll be back with match 2 here in just a moment.
Taylor Lee moving on with a score of 208 to 197. Great bowling to Linda Barnes.
Okay, so Warren Reed will be facing Eric and Sierra.
The next match will be on 15 and 16.
So Eric and Sierra will face Warren and Taylor.
Eric Akon and Sierra C.
So take their warm-up shots, and we'll be getting started with match 2 here in just a moment. Okay, now get their practice balls.
And we'll be getting started here.
Looks like at 2 minutes on the clock. Team Akona versus Team Lee. Guinness is Bakers. This is the second match. Winner of this will move on to face the second seed, DeVoe and Clausen. And our top seed, Marshall Morrison and Shelby. Got about 5 seconds left. All right, time to get underway. All right, Sierra starts off with a strike. Taylor will again start for the Lee team. Lee is a 4-pin. Let's take care of the spare. Here's Warren. Good shot there. Here's Eric, looking to give his team a double. Comes in high, can't trip the 4, so we just got our 4-pin remaining. Let's take care of the spare. Here's Sierra. Comes in high, 3-6, 7-10. Let's convert the spare. Nice shot there. Here's Taylor. See what she does after that. Phenomenal spare there by Sierra. Gives her team a double. That's how you answer those things. Here's Warren. Crosses over. Leaves just a 3-pin. Spare converted. Nice shot there by Eric. So both teams are clean through 4. The opponent team strike, spare, spare, strike. The lead team strike, spare, strike, strike, spare. Sierra gets the 10 out late, but it is out. Just a 2-pin. Spare is taken care of by Sierra. Taylor up in the 5th. Gets a strike there. Warren up in the 6th, looking to double. Nice. Does give his team a double.
There's Eric. Nice. Sierra up in the 7th. Leaves a 10 pin. She gets the spare. Kind of wishing there was a 7 pin there. That would have been a nice conversion. But it is a spare. Lee looking for 3 in a row for the team. Does get him to go. So looking for a 4-bagger here. It's going to be huge if he can get this. High flush there. So 4-bagger for Team Lee. Eric and Sierra are probably going to need all the rest of these to have a chance. That's going to be high. 3, 4, 6, 7, 10. Big 5-count split is makeable. Gets 3. Sierra, 9th frame. Got all 10 back there. Best I can get to is 199. There's 269s in play for Team Lee. So strike here basically cements it. Comes in light 2-4. Spare here puts him at 197 and 8th. The spare working in the 9th, and it is mathematically over. And Taylor and Lee take care of that. They'll be moving on to face Jake DeVoe and Sarah Clausen. Good shot there. Two more. 47. 247 is plenty. You're speed tracking this to get it done. It is over. Again, fourth place is going to go to Eric and Sierra. So I finished at 185 to 246. Plus the 9 pins of handicap gives them 255. All right, match 3. It's headed your way, coming up. I do believe we're going to be on 19 and 20. We'll be back with match 3 here in just a moment. All right, they're taking their practice shots. 2 minutes of practice and begin starting with match 3.
of this match, we'll move on to the championship match. Virtually about a minute left in practice, and we'll be getting started. Okay, match 3. About to get underway again. The team Lee will get 9 pins of handicap. The Slauson team will be bowling scratch. Okay, Lee is going to get us started yet again. Starts off with a strike. It looks like Jake's going to start. He's going to bowl the odds, and Sarah's going to bowl the evens. Starts off, gets the 7 out, leaves just a 10. Makes a spare. Here's Sarah. Comes in a little high there, leaves 10 pin. And Sarah does convert her 10 pin. So I have a pair of spares to start. And Team Lee starts with a pair of strikes. 210. See if she just gets one here or goes to try to convert the spare. Takes one. So it puts him at 56-3. Here's Jake. He gets a strike. Sarah looking to double it up. That's going to have to hurry. Leaves just a head pin. Takes care of that pesky head pin. So they're clean through 4. 59 and a third with a spare and a fourth. Warren. 4-7, so he 8 counts there. Spare here, they'll be down by 3. Scratch. So +6 with the handicap. Does take care of that spare. Fifth frame. Crosses over for a strike there. So Lake gets a strike there. Doesn't like it, but you gotta take it. So Jake answers. Sarah looking to give them a double. Right, she does do that. Here's Warren. He's looking to give his team a double. He's keep that lead with the handicap. Does do that. Lee looking for 3 in a row. They won their first 2 matches to get them to this point. Last one she threw over here, crossed over. This one's going to be short. 2, 4, 5. Just want to make sure she didn't pull that one, but couldn't get it to go up the hill. Let's take the spare. So 123 through 6 with a spare in the 7th for Team Lee. There we go. Gets the 10 to go late, but it does go. Clausen looking to make it a 4-bagger. Gets the 10 out. Potential 2-10 there, but does get the 10 out late. Makes it a whole lot easier to make. Good spare there.
You gotta win twice to get your money back, which doesn't seem fair. You gotta beat every one that you deal with. I get it. I understand the math. But you're paying 40 to get back 25 one time.
There's Team Lee. Strike there. We're heading into the 9th.
Mark, did you take your side action here? We paid for everything up front. That's why I was down there. I was like, if I ran a tab, it would be different. Oh, you didn't have. Okay. I didn't have a tab. Okay. No, everything was paid up front. Okay.
Can she get it? No. 7-pin. She converts here to be sitting on 163 in the 8th with a spare in the 9th. Maximum 213. 9 pins a handicap puts them at 222. does take care of her spare. So Team Clausen. All right, gets the strike there. So Jake does strike. 222 is the number they're going to have to get to. 223 to shut out the Lee team. And that's probably going to do it. Comes in there, 7 count. That's 22 there. So basically she's just got to hit a pin. Gets 2, but that's enough. All right, so Team Clausen will be moving on to the championship match to face Marshall Morrison and Shelby. Be back with that title match here in just a moment.
All right, we have our winners there, Sarah Clausen and Jake DeVoe moving on. Congratulations to Warren Reed and Taylor Lee for running the ladder up to the 3rd place finish. Sarah, you'll be on 17 and 18. This will be the championship match.
Okay, we made it to our final match. Final match will consist of your number 1 seed, Marshall and Shelby, versus the number 2 seed, Jake and Sarah. Sarah takes care of her spare. Good shot there. Chops the 10 out. Shelby. Here's Marshall. Looking to get their team a double. Does do that. Here's Jake. Leaves a 7-pin. Came in a little light there. So it looks like the Clausen duo will be starting with a pair of spares. Does do that, so spare. Here's Sarah. Nice strike there. Shelby looking to make it 3 in a row for the team. That one crosses over. There's a 6-10. Takes care of the spare. Here's Marshall. them all to go. So it gives them a double, spare, and a strike. Team Clausen, 2 spares and a strike, looking for a double here. Let's get the strike to go. Comes in high. Does not get the 10 to go that time. Leaves a 2-10. Actually, that's a 4-10. Just gonna go for it. Doesn't get any. Puts him at 93 through 5. I need some help there. There's a split. So 4, 7, 10 this time. Shelby gets 2. That puts him at 96 through the 5th. So they're plus 3. Another split there. 4, 6, 10. So back-to-back splits. Gets 1. 104 through 6.
Alright, well, it's 12:15. Last call for drinks at the bar. Bar closes at 12:30. And all lanes will shut off at 12:45.
Strike there. It's a big shot. Sarah's looking for a double here. She gets it. Shelby's going to need to answer here.
She does get a strike. Nice answer there. Marshall. Double will go a long way here. Does get a double. All right, looking for 3 in a row here for our team Clausen. All right. Sarah's up. 9th frame. Looking to make it 4 in a row. Does do that. So Team Clausen get to 243. Shelby and Marshall. $224. And a little less than that now with that 7-pin that's remaining. Best now I can get to is 213. Shelby does make the spare. So 213 is the max score. That 8 count there. We're down to 191. So Team Clausen's going to be your winners. The Baddies Crown mixed doubles goes to Sarah Clausen and Jake DeVoe. So 186 for Shelby and Marshall. That's not going to be enough. So all he had to do is keep the ball on lane. All right, so thanks for everybody for joining us and hanging out with us until the wee hours of the morning. We'll see you again tomorrow in about 12 hours at noon for the singles version of this tournament. We'll see you then.
Thank you for watching.